Okay, again, I'm RCee, Rhea Rita Cruz-Mutuc for long. I am a graduate of AB Psychology at De La Salle University, and I took my master's in business administration, Regis program at Ateneo Graduate School of Business. I am a mompreneur. I am a single parent and co-parenting to a Tres Marias, and the youngest is a boy. Actually, this is not updated. Mas malaki na sila ngayon. And I was also previously an HR director to the business of my kid's dad, where we started with one branch and grew into 10 branches of grocery chains and a distributorship of grocery supplies when I stepped down. So from 13 employees, I had to arrange the organizational structure and train people from ground up. With the demand of recruitment, I founded a manpower contracting and subcontracting in 2014. Right now, we have janitorial services, HR, accounting, online marketing, and others. So if companies don't want to directly hire staff or personnel, they get our services, as we also take care of the equipments and materials needed for the task at hand. In 2016, knowing that employees would not only need technical skills training, I founded Limitless Power Coach Training and Consultancy, not only for our existing employees' self-development, but also to cater other corporations and businesses, just like your companies, with soft skills training, management consulting, and events management. I also produce an event yearly. It's called Philippine Leaders Conference, which we have held in Clark Marriott Hotel 2 years in a row already. And in addition, on my family side, I am a managing director of TRNOGR Corporation. It's an acronym of our family's name, where the R, the last R, is my name, since I am the youngest in the family. And our first restaurant, among other businesses, started in 1997. It's named after my mother, Tessie's Restaurant, Events and Catering Services. I know someone is from Tarlac. I think it's Sir...
That's me.
Oh, Ma'am Genevieve?
Yeah, I never thought that you're the daughter of Tessie's.
Really?
Real?
You're
Yeah.
from Tarlac?
Yep.
Where in Tarlac?
Balibago first.
Oh, so
And I
nakakain ka na
think,
sa restaurant namin.
yes, of course.
Thank
And I
you.
attended the Philippine leadership training, yeah,
Oh,
last
the first
time.
one or the...
The second one.
Oh, thank
And
you.
I think your sister is one of our colleague in Rotary Club, or I'm not sure if that's you.
Yeah, I was previously attending, and
Yeah.
my aunt and my sister and my mom. But
Mm.
right now, hindi na masyado. So it's more of my aunt na lang na nandoon. Pero yeah, we know Rotary.
Okay.
Oh, that's nice to know. And I think even Sir... What's the name? I think it's Sir Ralph from Tarlac also, right? Hindi maka-on yung...
Sa Jerky's Bake Shop po.
Yes. So you're also familiar with Tessie's?
Yes po.
Okay. Kumakain din kami sa inyo. Tsaka nag-order kami ng mga breads ninyo. I think this week kumain kami ng Jerky's. Masarap ang kanilang mga breads and pastries. So, our restaurant, Tessie's, is in Tarlac City, and it's in front of SM Tarlac. No? But due to COVID, we can't maximize the 300 seating capacity. So maybe, Ma'am Genevieve, hindi mo pa nakita yung newly renovated namin na restaurant.
I already visited it. I think we attended the opening, and also the birthday of your mom.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Maybe I know you. Nakita na siguro tayo.
I think so.
Hindi masyado matandaan. Okay, that's nice to know. And also still under TRNOGR Corporation is the business name and style of Dampasa Tarlac, which is also, it's in San Miguel, Tarlac, and Dampasa, Pangasinan. So you see, my entrepreneurial spirit is hardwired since I was young. I started my business when I was in grade 1. No? Someone gave me a box of chocolate. I would always share this. with my trainings. So my godmother gave me one box of chocolate when I was in grade 1. And I was thinking, ano gagawin ko dito? Ang dami naman ito. Lang naman kainin ko lahat, no? So that's the first time I thought of why not sell my chocolates to our employees. And my mom would just tell me, okay, do it if you must. And so I started selling it, and then they bought it, and I got some money. And then the money, I used it to buy another sets of chocolates. So parang yun na yung nagkaroon ako ng entrepreneurial mind, no? So besides that, I am also exposed to different leaders in my life, besides my mom, of course, which is a great inspiration and influence in my leadership journey. And also, I am fond of reading books and watching videos, no, related to leadership, which I incorporate on my leadership journey. So, later, gusto ko mas marami kayong ma-share na experiences, so we'll learn from it later. Okay, so again, our topic for today is basic leadership skills training. I have been conducting this training, this module for 3 years already. We have other resource speakers, but this topic and anything related to leadership is something that I am passionate about. So I take time once in a while to still facilitate such, even on my busy schedule as a mompreneur. And for our objectives, we would be instilling the basic principles of leadership. Sabi nyo nga, no, a while ago, it's a refresher for those who have already attended much advanced trainings related to leadership. So back to basic, and then we will be explaining the true concept of leadership, define qualities of a good leader, and discuss laws that should guide a leader's thoughts and actions. So yan, makakatulong yan dun sa question na how would you reach out sa subordinates na pagka merong bad news? There are a lot of ways on how to go about this topic, but for today, our focus is self-awareness and self-discovery. So this is actually related to the free access webinar that I conducted, I think July 1. No? So yung iba sa inyo naka-attend. Okay. So this is the start of our conversation. No? I'm hoping that you participate, and there are brave hearts, no, to start the discussion. When you think of a leader, what image comes into your mind? Anyone? When you think of a leader, what image comes into your mind? Ano yung naiisip nyo? Yes, anyone can talk. Wag nang
Someone who inspires and guides her team and help them achieve their goals as well as the team's goals. So parang you have your team's goal that you're achieving, and also you're also contributing for them to achieve their own goals, and then being able to influence them to groom them to become leaders themselves. And you'll be as a leader also, parang you have that aura or yung inspiring aura na parang I want to be somebody like that person, like that leader, and be able to influence others as well. So parang nakaka-inspire and will help you achieve your goal and the team's goal together, and parang would encourage teamwork. And for personal, he will also inspire you to be better, something like that. That's what the image of a leader for me.
Okay, an inspirer and an encourager. All right, thank you, Ma'am Michelle. Anyone else?
Yeah, I would like to share na dapat pag leader, nandiyan palagi yung the word motivate.
Mm-hmm.
So you know how to motivate your people para they are inspired to report to work. Hindi nang nila hinihila yung paa nila to report to work. Like every time that they wake up, they are really inspired, motivated, happy. Although sometimes your heart is parang umiiyak na when it comes to facing your people, nandyan lahat sila. You should show your positive side, your positive energy, and inspire. And of course, malaki yung sahod.
So, kailangan pala malaking sahod to motivate Ma'am Jen.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Jen. Anyone else? Okay. No more? Si Ma'am Alvi. You want to say something?
Okay. Yeah, for like you're asking about what a leader is, right? So I've been
What do
also
you think comes
exposed.
into your mind when you think of a leader? The word.
Okay. Maybe on the political aspect, like a leader is always a servant as well. So you're there to follow rules, and at the same time, you will be the coach for your subordinates. I mean, you have to see what their needs are, what their challenges are, and what they do best. And in that way, you can let them excel on their own way. So basically, just being there, leading the rest of the team, and of course you as a follower at the same time.
Okay, nice one. So parang servant leadership, no? Yung example ni Ma'am Alvi. All right. Thank you for your answers. So as they say, no, in dictionary, leadership is the action of leading a group of people or an organization. But with regards to a political leader, leadership may mean pursuing a passionate or personal cause. And for an explorer, maybe leadership would mean cutting a path through the jungle for the rest of his group to follow. Yan, no? How about for an executive? Leadership is like developing her company strategy to beat the competition. Okay, so now we will be discussing 5 leadership styles. So mamaya isasabihin natin sino kakaya dito. No? Although there are more or less 12 leadership styles depending on the situation your company is facing. So besides the 5 leadership styles, we have also strategic leadership style, team leadership, cross-cultural leadership, facilitative leadership, coaching leadership, charismatic leadership, and visionary leadership. But we will not be discussing these 7 other styles. We will just tackle the 5 ones, which are the most used or maybe the popular ones. Anyway, I will be posting on the chat box this 7 leadership styles. Maybe you can read about it in the internet if you have time, if you are interested. But for the first leadership style we will be discussing, it's called the laissez-faire leader. Okay. A laissez-faire leader lacks direct supervision of employees and fails to provide regular feedback to those under his supervision. Highly experienced and trained employees requiring little supervision fall under the laissez-faire leadership style. So ito yung mga style na not all employees possess those characteristics, meaning, I will put it all there already. Laissez-faire, an example of this is Warren Buffett, no? The Berkshire Hathaway, yung company niya, it's called Berkshire Hathaway Incorporated. Warren Buffett manages 360,000 employees. So he is self-made billionaire. The world's second richest man after Bill Gates. Siguro kilala naman natin si Bill Gates. Gumawa ng Microsoft. So his style is he gets employees who are already um, experienced. No? So itong laissez-faire leadership, dahil nga kumukuha sila ng employees na already experienced, so they don't need to
Yung example namin is from our company. We set standard na from premix to baking to packaging. So, nalilesen yung lead ng supervision ng ng mga manager po. Parang yun yung example ng lazy spare sa company po namin.
If I understand it correctly, you already have set
Standard no.
a standard process of doing such. So that means, does that mean na lesser supervision or no supervision na because you have set a process or standard?
Lesser na po. Lesser to minsan hindi na kailangan ng supervision. So kasi meron na kami set standard for mga procedure po namin.
Okay, but do you have like controls? What if yung set standards hindi na nangyari ng tama? Do you like charge them or penalize them or give them sanctions?
Bali, meron po kaming quality assurance analyst po. So siya po yung nag-check
Okay.
from time to time ng mga product po namin.
Okay, and then if hindi siya qualified, I mean the quality is not good, what will happen?
Usually, minsan na-charge or pwede po siyang ibenta na
I think the example would fall under transactional leadership because that would still need supervision. Even if you have set a standard already, like the SOP, standard operating procedure, someone needs to control it. They're like check if it's being done correctly or not. If it's correct, there's or maybe exceeding the quality, merong reward. But if not, there would be like punishment. So I think that would fall under transactional leadership. What else? Oh, but it's okay. Sir Ralph. Maybe Michelle and Sir Alvi can give an example. Another one.
Okay. Ma'am Alvi is a miss.
I'm sorry,
Sorry to confuse you with my name.
ma'am.
It's okay.
It's okay, bro.
Yes, bro.
Yes, bro.
Yan, nilagay ko na Ma'am Alvi para hindi ko makalimutan.
Yeah, we have Alvis kasi na male, both male and female, so kind of confusing. I'm used to it.
Okay.
Go.
Ma'am Alvi.
Okay, so with our experience po sa company namin, I will not say parang ito yung nangyayari right now because right now we're very organized and we have team leaders as you can see. Marami po kami dito and we have already put in place leaders sa every business units, every teams. But before, I think what we can share, Alvi and I, we started medyo way back. So
Yes.
very, very small yung number of employees, maybe less than 10. And the laissez-faire leadership can also be parang makikita in some ways kasi you would tend to hire someone who's already experienced or you expect na can do yung certain task. And if they get hired and merong training but very siguro less kasi you would expect that they can do what they said that they can do and that the tendency is that you have less or no supervision. You'll just tell them what to do and they'll do what they need to do. And then ending, parang nahihinder yung production because hindi yun yung ine-expect nyo na mangyayari or hindi at all na meet yung expectation ng owner namin,
Yes.
ng team namin, 'di ba, Alvi? So,
Yeah.
what else can you share, Alvi?
Because it's like we're all over
Engage.
the place already, like
Yes.
multitasking, a lot of responsibilities. And at first, of course, the management will think because of our um, experience before that we are already capable enough of handling those specific tasks. So in the end, it's kind of affecting the productivity because we tend to handle a lot at the same time, so with minimal supervision, because of course the management didn't consider that we are not 100% expert of the assigned tasks. So that can definitely affect the productivity, of course, and the overall
Yes.
results.
And also the ending, we have to let go of some of the people because they're not performing dun sa ini-expect. So, yun nga, nag-increase yung cost because you have to spend so many time with the training or let them
Correct.
spend so many hours doing things, but then you didn't get the result, and that's increase and cost and waste of time and resources. So, yun
Time
po.
and money, yes,
Yes.
resources.
So that's our example.
Yes. So I guess you got the idea about the laissez faire, and that's a correct example. Thank you for that,
Thank
Ma'am
you.
Michelle and Ma'am Alvi. And may I request to turn on your video pag kayo nagsasalita para nakikita ko yung mga inyong mga kagandahan at kapugian. Is that okay? For group 2, how about Ma'am Jen,
Yes.
Joy, and Ma'am Melanie?
Yeah,
Okay.
Melanie will be our speaker for today.
Okay. About leadership.
Okay, let me share my hold on, my video.
Mhm.
Okay. Again, good morning everyone. So we are on being an autocrat leader. So being an autocrat leader will you will more likely to get the results that you are expecting, but doesn't mean that this is effective all the time. So we haven't actually completely experienced working with an autocrat leader. We are more of a combination of those 5 types of leaders, but there's always a point in our work wherein we really have to apply being an autocrat. So especially if this situation calls for it, especially if those subordinates um, will have repetitive offenses. So that's the time that you will have to apply being an autocrat leader. So for an example, I have Joy for the example.
Yeah, what I can think of is like when, as what Mel mentioned, if there's a certain subordinate that would not follow instructions, you really need to be an autocrat leader. You need to impose, you need to tell them that they need to do this without asking their opinion at all. So uh, that's for me is being an autocrat leader at some point. Again, if the situation calls for it. Again, we're fortunate with my previous job and with the company right now. We really can't tell anyone that is really a total autocrat leader. Just again, at some point of being a leader, you have to.
There are instances
Yes.
in your work na, for example, hindi nagawa ng tama, so you have to impose this na, dito dapat ang gawin mo kasi ito yung gagawin.
Yes.
So they would be like, yes ma'am, yes sir. So that point only, after which, so another leadership style. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Anything else? Is that it for the autocrat leadership style?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, group 2. How about group 3, Ma'am Annie and Sir Junaid? Ma'am Annie and Sir Junaid.
Hi, can you guys hear me? Sorry about that. Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes,
Yes.
Annie.
Yeah. Apo.
What is
So
leadership?
what I was trying to say earlier, ako tsaka si Junaid is totally different, working in a different company. Okay, so it's totally different industry. But one thing that I could share with you, basically, later mag-speak si Junaid about his experience and, managing his team under the participative leader. Right now, I want to share with you, currently, ang nangyayari ngayon sa office namin, like before we even, kasi one of my role is to create a process or like improve yung mga current processes that we have already placed in the office. Um, I was actually taught by Jen, yung aming vice president, and she's here, and yung vice president and Malae, yung acting president right now. It's actually much better to basically brainstorm ideas muna sa team to discuss if a certain ideas, like say for instance recently we just came up with having a meeting or in before we even implement a policy, we wanted to make sure now we brainstorm it with the code team leader or brainstorm it with our staff. In that way, we don't want to like give an impression sa staff namin wherein we just want them to follow kung anong sabi ng management. We wanted to make sure na when we implement a policy, a new policy sa company, we wanted to make sure na yung mga staff namin, they will feel that their opinion matter, and in that way yung mga changes na mangyayari in the future dahil dun sa approved na policy that we talk about, that we all agreed about, um, malalaman nila bakit merong ganong policy. Am I making sense here? So yeah, so it will be a lot easier for them to basically do or follow yung mga processes kasi naiintindihan nila, na-explain maigi sa kanila why do we have to do it. So I think for now, so far it's really working kasi I think kahit saan naman, no, I mean, maraming statements dyan na nagsasabi like, many brains is better than one, right? And we want everyone to participate at mga ideas nila, and that actually boosts their morale na parang okay, I mean the companies do really care about what we think as well, and the companies do really care about how we feel about a certain policy. And again, we don't want to do it because sabi lang na management. We wanted to do it because everyone agrees na this is good for everyone. So that's what I think what's participative leader is, and that's our experience.
That's correct. It helps your employees accept changes easily, because
Yeah.
you let them participate during the decision making process. That's correct. Anything else for
See,
group?
Junaid, I think would want to share something.
Okay. Yeah. Actually, as I said, I'm very new sa pagiging leader. And then during the lockdown, so we have to adjust. And yung minamanage ko, it's a very small, parang distributorship ng isang product. And then, so right now, being a participative leader, what I do is ask them, so the influence in making decisions, it doesn't come from me alone. So that's participative leadership. So may say sila, and then I ask for their inputs, so that, or any comments, suggestions, so that we can come up with some strategies to survive amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. And in fact, we understood among ourselves that we'll be resuming our operations siguro by September or October this year because of the pandemic. So basically ganun lang naman, like a good starter, knowing how to be. Pero tama yung mga ibang nag-explain kanina, there are different types of leadership styles, and you have to use it in the proper time. As for example, just to give an example, Steve Jobs of Apple, naging participative leader muna siya, and there were times na naging autocratic siya. There was time na naging laissez-faire din siya. So it depends on the situation, and you can see the success of Apple. So that's all. Thank you.
So I feel like you're a fan of Steve Jobs. Alam mo yung leadership. That's good. Yeah, that's correct. So the group 3 explained it perfectly, related to participative leadership. So at the end of the day, ikaw pa rin na magdi-decide. But before you decide on something, you let everyone share their ideas, or insights or opinions. Okay, thank you, Group 3. How about Group 4, Ma'am Marilyn and Ma'am Cherry for transactional leadership?
All right, so Cherry, siguro I'll go first.
Sige po.
Okay, thank you. All right. So, okay, let me share my camera. All right. Actually, dun sa mga different type of leadership, I'm a bit of each of those examples, but I'm really glad na nag-fall ako dun sa transactional. Kasi parang mas na-describe ko yung kung ano yung ina-apply ko ngayon sa team namin. Sa amin kasi, we are motivated kapag nagkakaroon ka ng mga incentive, ng mga commission, yan. So what I am doing is
I have Melanie, Joben, Ralph, Sherry, Daniel, who else? So I have everyone's email. Okay, I'll be sending the file. Okay, it's already sent. So the file is entitled Leader versus Manager. Is my screen shared? No, not yet.
Not yet.
No.
No, not yet.
Okay. So you did not see the
No,
code.
we didn't see that.
Yes.
Sorry, I thought it was shared already. So here's the quote a while ago. Anyway, we'll be moving forward to the next exercise, which is leader versus manager. Did you see the email already? Did you receive it?
Yes, we
Yeah,
got it.
got it.
Okay. So it's entitled leader versus manager. So you can come up with a group name, and then the exercise is for you to match the noun or adjective words to its appropriate illustrative characterization of a leader or a manager. An example is like, for number one, essence. So the meaning of essence is that the individual, real, or ultimate nature of a thing, especially as opposed to its existence. So do you think the essence of a leader is about change, or is it about stability? So if you think that the leader's essence is change, you just have to tick the button of the column leader and then the row of change. But if you think that the essence of a leader is about stability, you just have to tick the button of the column leader and then row stability. Did we get that instruction?
Yes.
This is 25 items. So we would be discussing the subject one per person each. So meaning, Ma'am Michelle would be explaining why she thinks that the essence of a leader is about blank and why the essence of a manager is about blank. No? I would want to know your thoughts about it. And at the end, we will be discussing the importance of this exercise. Okay?
Okay.
So this would be the last exercise before we have our lunch. So medyo mag-go over tayo ng 12 noon. Okay lang ba? Or gusto
Okay.
niyo pag 12 na? Tapusin na lang muna before lunch. Or gutom na ba kayo ng 12? Just before we start, para alam ko kung we will cut it by 12 or we will just finish the 25 items.
Maybe we can cut it by 12
12
kasi we have
siguro.
kids.
Majority naman would like 12.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. So we will start with Ma'am Michelle and then Ma'am Alvi and then Sir Ralph. Okay. For the subject essence, which means that essence would mean the individual, real, or ultimate nature of a thing, especially as opposed to its existence. So we think that the essence of a leader is about change, while the essence of a manager is about stability. Why do you think so, Ma'am Michelle?
Opo.
Or if you think
Yeah.
otherwise, let me know also.
Our answer is change for leader and stability for manager. Because first, I think leaders would have the power to influence, right? And if you have the power to influence, it would also mean that it can make a change to the people who are your followers. And so leaders can actually do a lot of change to
Changes.
someone para you could achieve goals and all. And leaders, kapag leader ka, it's okay to have that change. It's okay to have that change towards a certain goal. You're iba yung perspective mo when you're looking at dun sa essence, iba yung perspective mo. While sa manager, I think medyo mas very specific ang manager. It's like you have to attain a certain task, but you want to make sure that it's, yeah, yung stability. You want to focus on stability. You want that everything is organized. So parang may mga fixed na mga plans and milestones and details, I think. But you have to make sure that everything is on point, stable, and you might want to commit a very, very minimal change. Kasi feeling ko pag manager ka, mas detail mas iba yung orientation mo when you're trying to achieve certain goals. So, sa leader, it's like mas, for me, kaya siguro sa amin ni Alvi and ni Ralph, mas malawak pag leader. So, it's okay to make changes. For manager, parang mas specific, mas detailed, and you want to make sure stable. So, stability. So,
Yeah, more on the looking at the results.
Okay. Thank you, Ma'am Michelle.
thank you.
Can you turn on your video? I can't see.
Oh, sorry.
Anyway, the next one, Ma'am Alvi, can you please discuss about, it's well explained, so I don't have to input anything anymore. So the next subject is focus. So leaders' focus is leading people, while managers' focus is managing work. Ma'am Alvi, what's your...
Yes, leader will be focused on leading people because, like, you are there to lead the rest of the team,
Can
and
you turn on your video so I can see you?
I
Gusto
think
ko
it's
yung kagandahan nyo.
Sure. No, I am kind of shy. No, yeah, it's just that okay, let me try. Let me see here. Okay,
Where can
is
I
it
see?
okay now?
Ayan, ayan. Thank you.
All right, so leading people, because I mean, for the leaders, they're actually the direct contacts of the rest of the team. So it's more about making sure that the rest of the team is really on the right direction. So you want to make sure that if you have set up certain goals, that they're also on the right path. And when it comes to the manager's side, it's more about, really checking and looking at the results of what was being produced by the rest of the team. And that's actually to make sure na parang we can go back to the point where it's all about stability as well. So managing work, just looking at the results, and as I've said earlier, being a leader, you're also like a follower. So if you're actually showing that to the rest of the team, in that way they're also able to, like, be directed to where you're going to set up your goals as well at the same time.
Okay. Thank you for that explanation. So your center of activity, attraction, or attention, if you're a leader, is more of leading people, while managers is managing work. Okay, thank you, Ma'am Alvi. How about Sir Ralph? Leaders have followers while managers have subordinates. What do you think about this?
Yung sinagot ko namin sa have is yung sa leaders, we have followers. Kasi we set example. For the manager, parang subordinate lang, parang ito yung nagbibigay lang ng task nila. Parang you don't have to set good parang example.
So of course, if you're a leader, you would want also followers, meaning, paano ka nila ifa-follow if you're not a good example? Okay, that's good. Okay, for group 2, Ma'am Jen, you can start with Horizon. Leaders' horizon is long term, while managers' horizon is short term. What's your thought about this? This is all related to each other. So may mga times na parang same. But what's your thought about this, Mom Jen?
Hi, sorry, I am on mute. When it comes to Horizon, what I can think of this is if we are like making decisions, especially like on the proposals that we are creating for the processes in the company. If we are a leader, we are thinking for it for a um, long term that it can be used and applied by everyone in the company. And at the same time, the leader will be asking for the inputs of the other leaders too, and the people who will be using that process. While for the manager, it's the same process, but it's more on a specific level of thinking. Like, mm, we only have like this certain topic, and it's very specific on that certain topic only. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Mom Jen. So you are speaking about processes, no? But
Mm-hmm.
if we can put this in the light of goals or vision,
Mm-hmm.
the horizon of leaders are long term because they would like think about the company for a long term vision. So they would be
Yeah.
strategizing or making processes for at least 3 to 5 years, while managers would just think about the monthly or weekly, perhaps, or yearly processes or the vision for that year. So that is the difference related to horizon. Thank you, Mom Jen. How about Mom Joy? Can you talk about your thoughts about six, which means
We should exchange our names, Joy.
Joy?
I should be Joy. I should be Joy. You should be out.
Sir Joy. Okay.
Okay. Well, I think it was already explained. Being a leader, you have that vision. Thinking of long term, future. Unlike being a manager, it's being objective, wherein you're only thinking of, again, weekly, monthly, 1 year goal. Unlike with, again, being a leader, it's more of thinking of a long term or future. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Sir Joy. All right. So leaders seek or discover the vision, while managers discover the objectives of the company. How about Ma'am Melanie? Leaders' approach is to set direction, while managers' approach is to plan details.
Okay. Sets direction for the leader. You have like a personal touch with the people. You're the one setting the people to the right track, while manager for me just dictates, give us the plan, and it's the leader that um, put that in action, put the plan in action with the people. So that's it for me.
So yung nitty-gritty details kay manager, no? Pero si leader is more of motivating them by making them see what the direction of the company. All right? Thank you, Ma'am Melanie. Ma'am Annie, leader's decision is to facilitate, while manager is to make decisions.
Wow. um,
So leaders conclude by facilitating to come up with a decision, while managers
yeah, I think it also relate.
at the leadership styles. Sino ba yung ano yung leadership style ni manager and leader?
Yeah, I think it going back to what we have discussed earlier about different types of managers, right, or a leader. I think this is more relates to what the group three have discussed earlier, wherein you wanted to brainstorm with your staff, and then gather as much information that it's needed for your leader to basically get into
said to be exchanging money for work, while leaders exchange excitement for work.
Um,
Maybe in the
for the
audience.
manager siguro, money for work, eh, parang kailangan nilang more on kita. And I think excitement for work is yung mga nakukuha silang ideas or mga experiences na parang nadadagdag sa kanila or yung na-impart nila sa company.
Okay, very good example. Kanina may nagsabi na related sa money. So, na-excite kapag may reward na related sa money. Well, it's part of being human, no? We want money, no? Sabi nga nila, money is a root of evil. But for me, personally, I think money is not the root of evil, but the lack of money is. So, of course, if you have a lot of money, you can share it, no, as a blessing to others. So that's why leaders would usually think the now, meaning they have this abundance mindset na they won't work because of money, because they know that money will come in if they do their work passionately, with excitement. So, pagka kasi nakafocus ka lagi sa money, parang minsan tatamarin ka. Or minsan parang you're not motivated. Ay, wala namang katumbas na pera yung gagawin ko eh. Wala namang reward na financial, monetary. So why will I do it? So if that's your mindset, you're not being creative and you're not motivating yourself from within. But leaders would exchange excitement. That's why most of the business owners or the founders of big companies are excited to go to work because they are always curious and passionate about the work they would do. Hindi man, usually, these people don't know what to do, but they do it anyway. No? And usually, they are the ones who are not ready to do something. They're not ready to change or improve something, but they do it anyway because they are excited about the outcome. And usually, the outcome is related also to money. Kasi you're improving yourself and then money comes along. Hindi yung parang yun yung pinaka-main goal mo, pero yun na rin yung nagiging result eventually. Right? So that is my take on that. And for the likes, thank you, Sir, who was the last one? Sir Ralph, right? Let's move on to likes. Group 2, Mom Jen, we said that leaders is striving to be like striving while manager likes action. What can you say about this?
Likes. So hard. Okay, for the likes as a leader, I think for this it is more on leader is more on the result. You're going to strive what's in it for the company, what will be the benefits that everyone will be getting, not only how much you're going to earn, but also it is on how you will be able to instill in the mind of the people that this is for the long-term goal. Like um, it will be overall impact of everything that we have discussed. Okay, the benefits of why you are striving so hard. Okay, while for the manager, you are the person who will perform all these things. Okay, resulting to the what the leader wants to um, achieve. Okay, so it is more on processes. Okay, how are you going to do the process? This is what the team needs to perform on this specific task. Okay, we will follow more on the processes. So leaders would be on the result.
Okay, thank you for that explanation, Ma'am Jen. So when we said likes, we were referring to the attraction, no, toward or take pleasure in. That's what we said on the form.
Ah,
So
okay.
that means that the attraction of a leader is striving, no? Meron kasi sinasabi nila working hard, no? Yung term na you work hard. And other leadership gurus or proponents would say, you don't need to work hard, just work smart. No? Well, depende yan sa iyong experience siguro and how you take things. But when we say leaders strive, no, it can be positive or negative impact. Kasi strive parang sa iba mahirap eh. Kasi striving, no? But leaders would think of striving as a uh, positive word, no, or in a positive light, because they think that striving is like attracting the goal, no. When you're striving, you're going to the goal, and while going to that goal, there is a pleasure, no. Hindi yung parang pasakit na hard work, kasi yung connotation ng hard mahirap, di ba? But to the leaders, yung hard work, it's more of pleasure. I'm working hard because I know na merong pupuntahan tong ginagawa ko. While manager is more likes action, kasi nandyan na yung na-set na yung mga standard procedures and all the processes and all the controls by the company. So he or she is just putting action to it. No? So that's what he likes. That's the attraction, or that's the pleasure he is doing for the company, is putting action to all those processes and all those set rules or regulations within the company. Pero si leader strives more pa, going beyond that. All right? Thank you, Ma'am Jen. Wants to be explained by Sir Joy. Are you ready, Sir Joy?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right. So going back, for the subject wants, leaders wants achievement while managers wants results. What can you say about this, Sir Joy?
Okay, being a leader, like working in a team, when you achieve something, or let's say a goal that has been reached, you wanna recognize the effort of each and every individual on that team. Unlike if you're just, I would say, a manager would just look at the results, acknowledge that it has been reached, something like that. More on, again, just looking on the numbers if you're a manager, but being a leader, you want to acknowledge, you want to recognize, I'm sorry, yeah, you want to recognize the team's effort, the individual's effort, their skill, and how they were able to achieve that goal.
All right. The keyword there is effort. Thank you, Miss Sir Joy. Sorry. Sir Joy. How about Mom Melanie? Risk. Leaders take risks while managers minimizes risk. What can you say about that?
Okay, so for the risk, for me, it's the manager that creates rules to minimize the loss. And the leader does the work to deliver, goes out of her comfort zone, and ready to take all the bullets to get the result that the company is expecting.
All right. Thank you, Ma'am Melanie. How about Ma'am Annie? Leaders break the rules. This is something negative ba or positive? How about managers makes rules? What can you say about this?
Actually, the first time I saw this one, I was like, it sounded like a non-negative actually, but I thought of just breaking out of your comfort zone. That's, I think I would want to think better. So for me, leader breaks. If they're on a box, they wanted to make sure that they're gonna break that box so that they're able to get more. I don't know. I get more opportunity. To yeah, get more opportunity. And basically for a manager, um, they don't break the rule, because given the fact that if you're a manager, you know that in a company there is a rule that we have to follow, and it's either we follow that, or we actually the one who is making sure that we create or we make a better process for everyone to to follow, to succeed into whatever kind of goal that you have for the company.
All right, that's correct. So sometimes it's their way, no, leaders' way to improve, no, the processes, the rules and regulations. So sila na muna ang mag-break. So they know kapag ka naman yung mga followers or mga colleagues nila ang nag-break, they know how it feels, and also they know how to break it and make it afterwards. All right, thank you, Ma'am Annie. How about Sir Junaid? For conflict, managers avoid it while leaders use conflict. For what? What do you think?
Hello, ma'am. Good afternoon. I believe that you leader uses conflict, and they even provoke questions, so that at the end it would be an aid for decision making. Now, it would even result to resolutions, like they would um, provide calmness, they listen, and so on and so forth. Whereas if we compare it to the conflict for managers, usually managers avoid conflict because it would disrupt the operations that they are within, and they even won't allow the escalation of conflicts or issues that would even result to confrontation. So yan ang nakikita kong ng conflict as a leader and manager. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, that's right. Thank you for that wonderful explanation, Sir Junaid. How about Ma'am Marilyn? Leaders direct on new roads, while managers' direction is more of the existing roads.
Actually, this is where me and Cherry is like not sure of our answer. Um, I'm checking on the explanation here, sabi, guidance or supervision of action or conduct, right? So, new road for the leader, it's like you're discovering what is the right path for the team. Like for example, kasi 'di ba there's already an existing road. However, it is your team who will apply the existing policy, for instance. However, if that policy is not working, my idea is that as a leader you have to experiment or like to check a different way to make that to achieve that goal. I'm not sure if that's right.
Right. Very well said, Ma'am Marilyn. That's correct.
Oh, thank
How
you.
about Ma'am Cherry? About truth. Leaders seek truth while managers establishes truth. What do you think about it?
I'm not sure if Cherry is here and also Joben. I think they lost their connection.
Okay, so let's move on to Sir Daniel. Is he here?
Yeah, he's here.
All right. Sir Daniel, can you please give your thoughts about this? Truth meaning a judgment, proposition, or idea that is true or accepted as true. So we said that leaders seeks truth while managers establishes truth. Maybe you can give an example if you can relate it to your experience as a leader. Do we have Sir Daniel?
Oh, sorry, I'm muted. Forgot. I've been actually talking. Sorry. For the word itself, seeks. For a leader to be efficient, there should be always be a check and balance. You don't decide based on just facts. You decide based upon the outcome that would actually depend on a specific case. So for a leader to become a good leader,
So hindi pwedeng alam mo lang, no? Hindi lang knowledge ito. Kundi dahil ginagawa mo siya, kaya nasanay ka na. So it becomes a skill already. What are the leadership skills? Number one would be communication. The skill of communicating with and relating to a broad range of people internally and externally. So you can talk with your boss, no, your higher ups, and you can also talk to your followers or your colleagues or your subordinates, no, internally and externally. Next one is the skill for negotiation. This is the skill of arriving at and reaching understandings and agreements with a broad range of people also, and it could be internally and externally. Next is problem solving. This is the skill of employing analytical abilities, no? Yung pragmatism. What do we mean by pragmatism? It is the approach that assess the truth of meaning of theories or beliefs in terms of the success of their practical application, no? So, yung mga theories na mga nalalaman natin or kasama sa mga trainings natin, kapag in-apply ba natin ito, would it work? Would it not? So, if not, what will you do next? What should be the next step to that? So, it's an ending, no? An ending seeking of the truth, no? Or seeking what is best for each situation. All right, next one would be change management. It is also a skill because this is the skill of adapting to and thriving in times of internal or external changes. So it might be changes in policies, changes in processes, or change of management or the people within the organization. So this is also a skill. Another one is the skill for coaching and mentoring. No, this is the skill of mastering a comfortable coaching style. No, maybe we can ask Sir Joy. Nandiyan na ba si Sir Joy? Nandiyan siya kanina, no? Maybe you can give your experience with the one you were telling us about, yung sandwich coaching approach. And how do you use it strategically to improve performance? Can you share with us?
What I've learned from my previous job, doing a coaching using that sandwich approach, is that you have to reinforce and redirect.
Mm-hmm.
When you reinforce, you have to make sure you tell the agent or your agent that what he or she did good on that specific, let's say a monitored call, and then you have to reinforce that good behavior. And then at the same time, you just have to also impart that again, what could have been done better. You have to redirect that behavior as well, wherein in a way you're again coaching the agent to improve on that certain aspect, or it could be certain again behavior. So it's more of a positive and a negative. So it doesn't need to always like start on a negative coaching or something like what's had been
Feedback.
bad or something about what it should all for me it should always start with what have been done good on that certain call. That's
Right.
what I
First start with the positive, and then the next is not actually negative, but more of how you will improve more.
Yeah.
With regards to your performance. Okay, thank you, Sir Joy. And we have knowledge and skills. The last one is leadership competencies. So what do you think is the Tagalog of this? Actually, sinabi niyo na kanina. This is the one that is related to your capabilities. So that is kakayahan. Yeah. The ability to do something successfully or efficiently. So what are these? I suggest you take notes, no, or write it on your papers because we will be having an assessment, no, about this. So the first one would be focus drive. So the competency of focusing on a goal and harnessing your energy in order to meet that goal. So this is a balance of focus and drive. That's why it's focus drive. No? So your energy is towards meeting the goal. All right. So when we say focus, this is the ability to identify an important goal or vision and to channel efforts at specific targets that support that goal or vision. So that's why it's very important that your company has a vision or goal, no, and it is disseminated to everyone. And also drive is the ability to persevere, no, or sacrifice when necessary and expend high degrees of energy to reach high levels of performance. So that is focus drive. The next one would be emotional intelligence. An emotional intelligence is a competency of understanding and mastering your emotions, and not only yours, but also others, in a way that instills confidence and a balance of perception and emotional maturity. So sabi nga sa Harvard School of Business, they had a research in terms of promotion. You don't only gauge the person in terms of IQ, no? But number one, mas important, no? Mas important than the IQ and the skills and other performance related is the EQ or the emotional intelligence, no? Yun ang according to the research. Perception, when we say perception, this is the ability to read emotions and thoughts of others through the use of insight and analytical skills. Sometimes people have this gift na hindi man magsalita yung kasama niya, no? Pero kaya niya nang i-analyze, no, yung mga behaviors ng tao or what the emotions and thoughts of others. So sometimes this can be made through practice. So kailangan lagi mo siyang ginagawa, or minsan you also have this gift, no? May mga tao na ganun. And then emotional maturity is the ability to master emotions and cope with stress in a way that instills confidence, motivates, and enhances group effectiveness. So sabi nga nung isa kanina sa inyo, during the times of challenges in the company, a leader should stood up as the motivator or the positive force within the group. No? So this would exemplify emotional intelligence. Kasi you overcome stress by being composed. No? Sabi nga nila, grace under pressure. Right? So that is emotional intelligence. Another one would be trusted influence. So this is the competency of evoking trust from others and placing trust in others, no, to enable them to succeed. So this is a balance of commitment and empowerment. Kasi merong mga tao, no, yung sabi nga nila sa relationship, pagka nagmahal ka, tas nasaktan ka, ang hirap ng mag-trust. But to put it in the light of as a leader, no, trusted influence is they trust you as their leader, and at the same time, as a leader, you also trust them, right? By giving a balance of commitment and empowerment. When we say commitment, this is the ability to evoke trust from others by keeping commitments, no? Adhering to high ethical standards and principles, and building shared goals and values. That's why it's very important also that your company has written shared values, no? So during HR application, no, the HR should always see to it that the values of the applicant is just the same as the values of the culture or the company itself, para hindi taliwas, no? Yung katulad ng example ko kanina with regards to corruption. And also, when we say empowerment, this is the ability to help others reach higher levels of performance through trust delegation, participation, and coaching. So of course, hindi niya mas magagawa yung performance niya to the higher level if masyado kang control freak, no? Masyado kang micromanaging. Sometimes you have to let go and trust them, and through that, they would feel empowered. So with that, mas tumataas yung level of performance. So that is trusted influence. The fourth one would be conceptual thinking. Now, this is the competency of conceiving and selecting innovative strategies and ideas for your organization. So this would be a balance of innovation and big picture thinking. All right. So innovation, this is the ability to create and enhance ideas, products, and services that lead to bottom line success. So usually, leaders, no, yung mga nasa taas, sila yung mga nakakaisip ng, okay, let's do something related to this kasi ito yung parang sinasabi ng market research natin eh. Let's innovate. No? And they would usually do the big picture thinking because this is the ability to see all the forces, events, entities, and people involved in the situation at hand. No? Hindi lang masyadong focus dun sa operational or dun sa mga processes, but they look at the bigger picture. So that's why sometimes if there are changes within the company, mas nakakaintindi ang mga leaders because they have this big picture thinking. All right, and the last one for competencies would be systems thinking. So this is the competency of connecting processes, events, and structures. So this is a balance of process orientation and mental discipline. When we say process orientation, this is the ability to increase overall learning and performance by designing, implementing, and connecting processes. On the other hand, mental discipline is the ability to sort through ambiguity and alternatives in a way that crystallizes and puts ideas into action. All right. So let me give you a summary of that so you can give the meaning of your assessment later. Again, focus drive is the balance of focus and drive. No? I gave you the meaning of focus and drive a while ago. While emotional intelligence is the balance of perception and emotional maturity. Trusted influence is the balance of commitment and empowerment. Conceptual thinking is the balance of innovation and big picture thinking. And lastly, systems thinking is the balance of process orientation and mental discipline. So now I will be sending on the chat box the file that you would answer. Maybe you can just write it on your notes or piece of paper. I will send it first before I explain it. All right, it's uploading. You can download it. So this is one validated model of leadership competencies is incorporated in the Linkage Leadership Assessment Instrument. So that's the one I sent to you. I borrowed it on research completed by Linkage Inc. in conjunction with Warren Benise. The LAI focuses on the 5 competencies, the one I have summarized a while ago. So these are essential to effective leadership, as well as 8 additional critical areas of leadership knowledge and skills. So we will do this by rating, all right? Can I hear someone if you have downloaded it already?
Yep.
Yes.
All right, okay. So if you will look at the worksheet assessment, it is, let me see. Right. It's 1 to 20. Okay. So you would answer each number by this rating scale. No, wherein 1 is almost never demonstrate behavior, and then 5 is almost always demonstrate behavior. So for example, number 1, I create a view of the future that motivates others. So what's your answer? Is it 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5? And then step 2, on the scoring sheet provided after the assessment, enter your answer for each question. should know your strengths and weaknesses. All right? Recognize it's not you, it's your behaviors, meaning you are not looking at your personality na ganito na ako eh. But you're looking at the behavior because behaviors can be changed or improved, no? And you always should seek self-improvement, no? Um, uh, when we say the first cycle is knowing, ito yung explanation ko doon sa first webinar, yung self-awareness. No? First, you have to discover yourself. Sino ka ba? You have to be aware about yourself. No? And then, you should have the gusto to improve yourself. The one reason it's so hard to undertake yung knowing of self, kasi minsan, yung ibang tao, they feel bad about themselves. They feel like they are not worth it, no? They are not worthy. Hindi naman ako pwedeng maging leader kasi ito yung pinanggalingan ko, dahil ganito ko, no? Mahirap lang kami or hindi naman ako nakapag-aral katulad ng mga boss ko, no? So sometimes we do self-criticism or self-sabotage. But knowing yourself means taking just everything as a fact, no, but not judging yourself, right? So that is knowing. Mabilis lang yung knowing, Ma'am Jen. So can you give an example about your personal experience that you think you have known yourself or yung parang turning point mo or discovering yourself? Nung time span na siguro you don't feel like a leader and then you're coming out of your shell and then feeling like, oh, I want to step up and I want to be a leader.
Okay, siguro when I started here in this company, I was already a leader on the previous company that I joined for, I think, 8 years. Pero I feel like dahil ang daming failures, no, there's need to be, we need to have a self-discovery. Ano ba yung mga weaknesses ko in order for me to catch up and become a good leader. So I started to think na I'm not really good in communication. Tapos sinugundahan ng boss ko. And what he did was we had a session every day, 1 hour, to go back with my English. It's English 101, the usage of past participle, she, he, those simple and basic things that when you deliver, the people around you would understand you. So that's my problem, because if you are a leader, you should be good in communication, because if you think that you have something in mind and you would like to share it to other people and then you don't know how you're going to start, it's nonsense. Kasi papalit-palit yung nasa isip mo eh. Nagdi-discuss ka, iba-iba ang lumalabas. So it's really self-discovery, and I seek for self-improvement, yung one-on-one session nga. And then he enrolled me to, he asked me to enroll to Toastmasters Club so I could develop my communication skills, how I encourage others, how I am going to motivate others. Yan, doon ako nag-start dun sa self-improvement. Now, when it comes to knowledge, knowing, I mean, before you can teach someone and share what are your thoughts and your knowledge, you should be able to know your project by heart, or the things that you really need to impart to others. You should know that, and you should study that and extend some effort in providing yourself some learnings, and so you can share these learnings to others too.
All right, thank you, Ma'am Jen. So in her case, she knew that she needs to improve her communication skills. That's why She did everything that she can to improve it, which is a good thing. All right, thank you, Ma'am Jen. Next one would be, so the first cycle is knowing. You can take notes. The second one is understanding. All right, so who you should understand besides yourself is understand others as well. And effective leaders are self-aware, no, and are able to use this to guide their development. That's why we have assessments like a while ago. So you can learn more about yourself. Becoming a successful leader is a journey of our own self-development. So besides na minsan napupush tayo ng mga mas mataas sa atin, no, or mga bosses natin or managers natin na, oh, you have to improve yourself. Just like Ma'am Jen, I think she encouraged everyone to join this training so that you can have self-development, no, during this time. So besides that, you should also motivate yourself, no, from within, not only from an external force, no. Directing our self-development. We need to direct our self-development so that we understand, again, yung strengths, no, and weaknesses. We need to understand our strengths so we can deploy them, no, we can use them. We should know our weaknesses so that we can manage them, no. Alam mo ng weakness mo to so wag ka nang sasabak doon sa mga lilitaw yung weaknesses mo unless you have improved it already. And the quality, skills, and behaviors that we need to develop in order to lead, motivate, and inspire others. So in order to lead, we first need to understand ourselves and our impact on others, no? And then in order also for us to lead others, we need to be able to relate and to connect with people. Hindi pwedeng mag-lead tayo na sarili lang natin ang naiintindihan natin. Kailangan maintindihan din natin yung mga motivations ng mga kasama natin. What are their needs and their aspirations? Mamaya, pinupush mo sila sa communication, pero ang aspirations naman pala nila is more into IT. No? So kailangan maintindihan din natin yon. And also, we should know their values and core beliefs, yung mga pinaniniwalaan nila. Also, in understanding and the personal development, these are several ways that you can approach this. Just like what we did, no, we had a self-assessment, and then there's also these questionnaires. There are many leadership skills and qualities self-assessment available, just like what we did with the LAI. There are also formal assessments. An example is through a leadership training program in your workplace, or maybe external, just like this. And then we have feedback and discussion with your leader or other senior stakeholders, just like Ma'am Jen. Nagkaroon sila ng one-on-one coaching. So naintindihan niya yung sarili niya through her boss or her manager. We also have 360 degrees feedback, no? Ibig sabihin, hindi lang yung nasa taas ang mag-evaluate, but also yung mga subordinates or followers mag-evaluate din doon sa higher manager. And then we also have working with coach or mentor. What is the difference between coach and mentor? Anyone? Anyone who knows the difference between coach and mentor? Kanina may nagsabi, coach mo siya. So it's just like parang sa basketball, no? Yung coach is taga-guide, no, sa team, taga-guide dun sa bawat isa para ma-reach yung goal. But the mentor, no, or yung mentorship, meron kang mentee. Your mentee usually have this belief or perception that he or she wants to be you. No, kaya siyang mentee, tapos ikaw mentor. Meaning, gusto niya yung career path mo or kung sino ka or ano na yung na-achieve mo. And then, as a mentor, you would give him or her the step-by-step guide or the process on how you did about what you have done to become you. No, parang mini-mentor mo siya. Alright, that's a difference.
I have a joke.
Oh, my joke.
If you may. A mentor.
Okay.
Somebody who will replace you someday.
Pwede. Ano ba yan? Based on experience. Experience ba yan, Sir Daniel? Hindi naman.
Ay, hindi man.
Hugot.
Just a joke. Just a joke.
Good joke. Kasi, kaya ka niya i-replace kasi meron kang pupuntahan na mas
Puntahan sa taas.
ba? Kailangan yung pupuntahan mo mataas din para ito naman ang next in line. Alright. And then self-monitoring and reflection on your outward behavior and its observable impact, what has worked well, not so well in the past. So that is part of understanding. Another slide for understanding is receiving feedback from others. So when you receive feedbacks from others, this would answer questions like, how close is your own internal view of yourself to the way that others see you? Have you seen on Facebook the image of a kitten and then may mirror and then ang nakikita niya is lion? Maybe yung perception mo sa sarili mo, lion na, but the perception of others to you is like a kitten pa, no? So this feedback from others would give you this perspective, no? Or maybe other way around. Lion ka na pala, tapos feeling mo, kitten ka pa.
Kitten ka pa.
What is the likely cause of any divergence of views, no? Ano yung, bakit magkaiba kayo ng pananaw ng followers mo? So you would see that during feedback. Do you understand how outward displays of your personality, attitudes, and behavior influence others' perception of you? They say, and based on research, your behavior, no, your gestures say more than what you actually say, no? So yung mga behaviors mo, no, yung pinapakita mong mga gestures mo sa mga kasama mo, baka hindi mo alam, nakaka-demotivate na pala or demoralize. So sometimes you also have to ask their feedback. How does your personality, attitudes, and behavior impact others? So example is, how do you impact their motivation, yung emotions nila and behavior, not in the workplace? How would you rate your level of self-awareness? Where are your blind spots? So, oo nga, you understand yourself, but maybe you can improve more by asking feedback, and then that feedback should be reflected on during night siguro, no, yung pagka matutulog ka na or magdadasal ka. Prayer is a form of meditation and reflection. So during that time, you can see your blind spots by internalizing yung mga feedbacks na sinabi sa'yo, but not to criticize yourself or judge yourself or parang mainis ka ba dun sa nag-feedback sa'yo. No, it's more of taking that feedback and making sure na yung effect sa'yo is more of the improvement, no? Improving yourself. All right? Another with understanding is what drives you will influence what you value and enjoy. So yung mga mababa doon sa focus drive, no? Kailangan mas i-internalize nyo ngayon, ano ba yung nagda-drive sa akin? Bakit ngayon mababa yung focus drive ko? Kasi your drive will influence what you value and enjoy. Maybe right now, dahil nga siguro we are experiencing pandemic, baka yung focus drive medyo mababa, but eventually, kapag mas na-tweak, no, or na bigyan kayo ng vision ng company, where are you going, even if during these trying times, nahihirapan, but there's a vision, there's a goal as a company, and then you could relate that but you can relate that vision by connecting it to your values, no, na nai-enjoy mo, then pwedeng mag-increase yung drive ninyo. So with all of this information, you should now be able to answer the following. What qualities, skills, strengths, and behaviors do I have that positively influence my ability to lead others? What values, attitudes, and behaviors reduce or limit my ability to connect with and lead others? What qualities, skills, strengths, and behaviors do I need to develop or strengthen, no, in order to improve my ability to lead and bring out the best in others? And what drives me as a person? And how authentically do I reflect my inner self in my observable personality and behavior? So you have to answered the following. As I have shared during my webinar last July 1, I said I have a notebook, no, since 2016, no, nandyan. Hindi ko lang So for you to do that, there are personality assessments like the Big Five personality test, no, yun yung openness, conscientiousness, extraversion, agreeableness. You can ask the HR. There's also Myers-Briggs personality types. And also, just to give you a definition about attitudes, meron 4 different types of attitudes ang mga tao. There is positive, negative, neutral, or seeking. When we say positive, yan yung confidence, happiness, sincerity, determination. Negative ones are more of yun nga yung mga negatrons, no? Yung mga negative, doubt, no? They're always doubting. That's why they don't trust people and always frustrated. Neutral, when we say neutral, they ignore problems in life. Wait for others, other individuals to take care of the problem, no? Yung walang pakialam, yung wapakels, sabi ng mga kaibigan natin dyan. And seeking, when we say seeking, these are the people who has the caliber to destroy every image that comes in connection with a positive image. Yan yung mga tipong panira ng trip, no? Yung lahat na lang ginagawa ng issue, no? Meron ba kayong kilalang ganun? May dumating na sobrang positive and motivated and influential at lahat na lang tinignan yung pwede niyang i-criticize or i-judge dun sa tao na yon. So those types are seeking attitudes, no? S-I-K-K-E-N. All right, another for understanding, medyo mahaba si understanding. So you understand behavior, key determinant of our ability to succeed at work as well as to lead and motivate others. So you also improve the way that you engage with, manage, and motivate people as individuals, work with others to improve their attitudes and behavior in order to improve performance. And you should understand emotions, no? So yung emotions, lumilitaw yan sa behavior because behavior is an actual expression of feelings, actions, or maybe inaction, no? Minsan walang action yun yung mga usually depressed, no? And it can be oral or through body language. By understanding emotions also helps us understand our response to change and the behavior of our people during times of change. This is a very important aspect of helping people and teams cope with change and implement successful organizational change. Okay? So maraming aspects yung understanding, no? Besides emotions, behavior, no? And understanding not only yourself, but others. Okay, that is all for understanding, all right? All right, let's move on to strategizing. Can you see my screen now? And can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So moving on with strategizing. So the first is knowing and then understanding. The third one is strategizing. So this is creating an inspiring vision of the future. In business, a vision is a realistic, convincing, and attractive depiction of where you want to be in the future. Vision provides direction, sets priorities, and provides a marker so that you can tell that you've achieved what you wanted to achieve. Leaders focus on an organization's strengths. That's why, meron mga SWOT analysis. Ayun na nga. The tools we use are usually Porter's 5 forces, PEST analysis, USP analysis, core competencies, and so much, and so on and so forth. You can research about this, but usually this is another module and discussed by business people, or business consultants. These are used to analyze the current situation of the company. So leaders think about how their industry is likely to evolve. For example, during this pandemic, your leaders or perhaps you as a leader in your team is already thinking, ano na kayang mangyayari sa amin? So leaders are like that, and how the competitors are likely to behave. competitors on the same industry and perhaps the other industries or businesses. So they look at how they can innovate successfully, no? Ganun ang mga leaders. And leaders shape their businesses and their strategies to succeed in future marketplaces. Kasi sobrang disruptive na talaga ng workplace natin, no? So, from face-to-face, naging online na, yung mga brick and mortars, naging online selling na rin, no? So, nag-iiba din yung marketplace and at the same time, yung market mo, no? In terms of the people who buy from you, no? Your products and services. And so, leaders test their visions with appropriate market research, and also by assessing key risks and using techniques such as scenario analysis. Still with strategizing, therefore, leadership is proactive. Yan nga yung sinabi natin kanina. Problem solving, looking ahead, and not being satisfied with things as they are. Leaders must make them compelling and convincing, no, yung vision. And compelling vision is one that people can see, feel, understand, and embrace. Effective leaders provide a rich picture of what the future will look like when their visions have been realized. They tell inspiring stories and explain their visions in a way that everyone can relate to. Sabi nga nila, leaders are great storytellers. Kasi usually yung mga leaders yan yung marami ng experience kasi sila yung mga nag-start ng business or nag-start ng company. So they have a lot to say or a lot of stories to tell. And leadership combines the analytical side of vision creation with the passion of shared values, creating something that's really meaningful to the people being led. So here, leadership combines the analytical side of vision creation with the passion of shared values, no? Creating something that's really meaningful to the people being led. Syempre, we're not only talking about dun sa mga leaders na nag-start or yung mga leaders na nag-found ng business. You as a leader in your department and with your own rights as a leader, syempre meron din naman kayong mga stories. For example, before kayo na-promote or before kayo naging supervisors or managers ng department ninyo, so ano yung mga napagdaanan ninyo? Ano yung mga motivations nyo during that time before kayo na-promote? So maybe that's the story you can tell doon sa mga magiging leaders after you or yung mga minumold nyo na leaders in your team or department. Leadership is a two-edged sword. So it can be used for good or for the bad. Kaya sana naman, we always choose leadership in a good light. All right? So that is strategizing. I think I ended with Sir Joy. Now can we move on to Ma'am Melanie? And can you please give an example or experience related to strategizing? Is she still with us?
Yes, I'm still here.
Oh,
Okay, strategizing. Of course, strategizing is very one of the things that's can make you an effective leader. Without this, all of your efforts, wala ka makikita sa efforts mo. Example, of course, when I started, I was not that as effective as now. How I did it is I listened to my mentor, TL Jen, and of course, listen to learn from someone. And along the way, you will also discover a lot of things. You can then discover your own strategy. So, to become an effective leader. So, of course, educating yourself by attending trainings, asking someone. And yeah, that's it. That's my personal experience. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
I have a question for you, Ma'am Melanie.
Mm-hmm.
Would you know what is the vision of your company right now? Like the updated vision for the company?
Well, our job here is to connect two people together. We are dating site, so we help our male members connect with our lady members. So that's our mission. The vision is, of course, to help able to help a lot of single men find their lifelong partner.
So it's a dating, is it a dating app or
A dating
dating?
site, a Christian dating site.
Oh, I see. I didn't know because I didn't ask your company names. That's interesting. All right. So
The
that's
one, oh, I'm sorry to interrupt. I just want to clarify because when I register them all, I register them under Together Light Incorporated. And under Together Light's umbrella, we have the Filipino visa, which is travel and tour visa and travel. And then we have a dating site. It's a Christian dating site. That's why
oh,
there are a
cool.
lot.
Okay. So that means you are under different umbrellas.
Mhm.
But it's good that you are helping people find their partners in life. So the mission there is to make the world a happy place by giving people partners in life, right? Nice.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. And it's not the way others thought that it's
Yes.
a Christian, it's a dating site. Parang iba kasi kapag ka narinig
Mm-mm.
ng marami. So we just want to really clarify na it's really a Christian dating site. Like we don't want people who's asking for money, who's showing their body. It's really more on ano
A decent
uh,
Christian dating
it's
site.
a Christian dating site na we will really guide them to find their lifelong loving partner. And we value the sacrament of marriage. Yan, nag-promote na ako, Char.
So,
Oo.
if you don't mind, it's like, how do you guide them? Do you coach them, or is it just an
Yeah.
app?
Right.
We
Coach,
have
advice.
our romance consultant team leader here, okay, who's doing that. Mars Marilyn, maybe you can share.
Relationship coach or
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Relationship coach, and I hope I have a good relationship. Charot. Hindi kasi syempre a big percentage of our male members are foreigners. Tapos yung mga ladies natin, Filipina talaga sila. So, syempre we bridge the gap kapag when it comes to their cultural difference. Minsan merong magko-call sa amin like they don't understand the lady making tampo or having this kind of moods. And at the same time, we also warn the male members because as we know naman, foreigners are too generous. So we are like advising them how to like um, look at those ladies who are just after of what they can get from them kasi baka mapatulpo po kami.
They would think that you're a scammer, no? A scammer site.
Exactly.
Right.
Okay. Oh, that's good. That's interesting. Okay, thank you for that. So, yung vision, so that's the mission. Let's talk about the dating side kasi much interesting, no? That yung travel kasi medyo, alam mo na, with the pandemic, medyo na-halt tayo sa mga travels. But with the dating app or dating site, so the mission there is to find partners to individuals, no? Now, what is the vision of the company? Actually, more of mission kasi yung finding partners eh. But what's the vision moving forward? Is it scalable? Will it grow? Meron ba kayong growth na tinitingnan? Like, we wanted 1,000 partners in 3 to 5 years. Or in a year, dapat meron kaming magkaroon ng into marriage itong mga napapartner namin. Meron ba kayong ganong vision or wala pa?
I think vision is about having the different departments grow. So when the team grows, then more people will be helped and guided and assisted. So we have different departments as well. So like say for example for your team, Mel, right? Like you have a vision that you should have like at the end of the month or in the next 2 to 3 months that there will be like a total of 20 staff for that department. So I think we have that kind of vision also for each of the department.
Mhm.
The
And
growth
what
of
are the staff for coaching, relationship coach? no? Employee development has become an increasingly critical part of a leader's job description. Where and how leaders teach. You can collaborate on development plans for individual employees. Why it matters? Because it is a good plan. A good plan helps employees accomplish career and organizational goals. And how do you go about it? Make sure you fully understand an employee's skills, interests, and values, and the opportunities available for growth. So sabi ko nga sa inyo, kailangan i-assess nyo muna. Just like what you did a while ago. Ano ba yung strengths niya? Ano ba yung weakness niya? Baka turo ka ng turo, hindi naman pala niya gusto yung binibigay mong trabaho sa kanya. So sometimes, no, sa marami na ding dumaan ng mga employees namin, we have this rotation, no? Yung sometimes nandito siya sa position na to and then you transfer him to another position kasi sometimes when you give the first position, he can't give you what you expect of him. So sometimes you rotate him or transfer him to another position and see baka dito siya mas magaling. And sometimes nangyayari yon na mas i-improve yung trabaho niya sa ibang skill set. So, with that, mas magiging effective yung teaching mo sa kanya kasi nandun na siya sa right place and right mindset and motivation na kailangan niya. Where and how leaders teach. Where are we? Here. Why it matters. Action learning projects provide development opportunities and solve real problems for the organization. How do you go about this? Make sure that any project tackles a real beneficial organizational problem that can be addressed in the short term with clear objectives and outcomes. Help the team through active listening versus talking over. Help identify milestones and be a champion for the team's result. So, wag mainit yung ulo, no, natin kung hindi alam ng subordinate ang gagawin. So, dito lilitaw yung leadership style na autocratic, no, na since ikaw yung may alam ng system, ng process, and all that, you have to teach them. And while teaching them, you make sure that you give the vision, no, you tell them why you are teaching them because you have the goal, which is going to the vision of the company. Still with teaching, play an active role in the organization's leadership development programs. So usually mga HR, sila yung gumagawa nitong mga leadership development programs. I wonder if Ma'am Jen is related to the HR department of the company.
It is Miss Michelle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
she's
with
here too.
You work with Miss Michelle,
Yes,
planning about this training for the members or for the team leaders.
it was Jen's idea since she's our vice president. She has been training with a lot of things like this. So it's her idea. But
So
the
na-disseminate sa HR department.
yes, she
Will
disseminated.
you will be attending this training. Why it matters, no?
Yes.
So yung mga leadership development plans, okay, from the vice president, sabi niya, HR, you have to play an active role in our leadership development programs. So dahil mas may experience si Ma'am Jen in attending, so nung binigay niya siguro sa iyo, ikaw naman, ikaw yung nag-process nung training for the group. So with that, you can help as a leader because it mattered to the company because employee development is vital to organization success. Siguro before, yung mga iba kaya first time nila, you haven't done this with your company, no? Wala pang mga outside training. Baka internally meron, pero yung mga external, baka wala pa. And now that is pandemic, it's the right time, no? May mga time tayo ngayon kasi hindi pa ganun kadami ang transactions. Now, maganda yung naging move ng management, no? Na naging active sa mga leadership development programs kasi this is the right time. No? Pagka busy kayo, wala kayong time sa mga ganito dahil maraming trabaho. So, Ma'am Jen also is a catalyst, no? Is also playing an active role in the organization's leadership development programs. Ito nga, sabi, participate. So, even the one who suggested it is participating kasi later malalaman natin kung bakit, no? Help define programs, contribute content, talk positively about the program to staff, take part in a launch, post to online forums, and teach a class. Perhaps ang nangyari dito sa inyo ngayon, since Ma'am Jen had been actively participating to other webinars and she found it helpful, now, besides that she is the one learning, she wanted to contribute to the company, to the organization by letting you as a team attend the online training, which is a good thing, Ma'am Jen. Kasi merong iba, especially with Kapampangans, no? Merong stigma na kapag may mga ganitong leadership programs, yung alam niyo yung nanomoita, ano na naman yung pinapagawa ng management, ano na naman yung pinapa-attend sa atin, ano bang mapapala natin dyan, meron bang monetary return yan sa atin, no? So pagka ganun yung yung mindset mo, baka hindi ka true leader. Kasi instead na i-motivate mo, you will be passionate and positive about self-development, nagiging catalyst ka ng negativity to the group. But if you are a good leader, teaching would mean ikaw pa mismo proactively, no? Nasasabihin mo sa management or sa organization na, oh, tara mag-participate tayo sa mga leadership programs or anything that would develop us in terms of our weaknesses, no? At saka yung mga processes and all that. Encourage employees to embrace development opportunities. It matters because your organization's people are your only sustainable advantage. Development matters. Sabi nga nila, no? Number one that would make or break a company is the people. So how to go about it? You treat development as an ongoing process and dialogue. Leaders should model the importance and talk about their own development experiences. Just like what Ma'am Jen has been doing, no? Since siguro meron ding effect sa kanya yung mga trainings na ina-attenda niya. That's why she wanted you to experience it also. Serve as a mentor. Perhaps Ma'am Jen is already mentoring a lot of you or many of the employees in your company. It matters because mentoring develops young talent to think about how to advance their careers, increases engagement, and drives retention. How do you go about it? Make sure you have a strategy that's geared to today's young professionals, especially the millennials. No, they are less formal, more personalized. They have perhaps mas maiksi yung pasensya, no? And they think they are more capable and they are more savvy in terms of technology. So remember, not just superstars need mentoring. So kailangan mag-adjust din tayo on our strategies on how to mentor younger professionals. Act as a coach. So besides a mentor, pwede rin coaching. Coaching offers daily opportunities for leaders to help employees they work with directly learn in the moment how to approach challenges and acquire new skills. How to go about it? You communicate regularly. Share observations and ask questions. Encourage reflection and help identify patterns. Build accountability and self-reliance. Sometimes ang coaching nangyayari pa nga outside the office. No? Yung pagka yung mga inuman, yung mga birthday parties, no, nag-invite yung mga colleagues ninyo sa work. So minsan ang mga leader meron technique or strategy na ginagawa nila yung coaching during those times na hindi mo mamamalayan kung ikaw yung follower na ay naku, coach na pala ako. Hindi mo alam. Parang ang coaching kasi is like guidance counselor, no? Kaya mas nagiging intimate yung relationships ng mga employees outside the office kasi mas nagiging free sila mag-communicate to each other. Okay, that's all about it, no? The teaching part. I think it's Ma'am Michelle. Is it Ma'am Michelle or tapos na si Ma'am Marilyn, right? Can you
Not yet
give...
po.
Oh, so it's Ma'am Marilyn. Can you give us an experience or perhaps an example of how you teach as a leader?
Yeah, so just want to share, I started as a team lead hindi dahil nag-apply ako as a team lead or team lead ako ng previous company kaya automatic ginawa akong team lead ng team namin. Okay, so what happened is that Alvi is the original team lead ng team namin, and what she's doing before is she's giving me task. Binibigyan niya ako ng mga task as a leader na rin. Tapos when she was promoted or parang na-move siya sa ibang task, sa ibang department, when she said that I am going to take over her place, hindi siya nag-sink in sa akin na leader na ako. Parang ang iniisip ko lang, I'm doing the same thing. It's just that nagkaroon lang ako ng extra task. So parang feeling ko appointed lang ako or acting lang. But then again, because of what Alvi's been teaching me in the past, na-apply ko na siya. So what I am doing right now, yung partly ng mga task ko, I'm already like trusting it sa isa or dalawa sa team namin. And you're right, we have to check yung kagustuhan ba ito nung tinuturuan mo kasi baka mamaya she's just doing that because you asked to, di ba? Pero what I can see is that merong mga staff talaga na proactively or minsan nakikita ko talaga na kahit hindi ko ina-ask, they voluntarily tells me na, oh, let me do this, let me do that. And then yun, yung mga coaching session, it really helps. So panatag ako na if ever I'm going to be on leave, someone will take care of the team.
Okay, thank you for that sharing. Actually, it's already quite an introduction to the next one, which is duplicating. So since Ma'am Alvi taught you about her work before, no, so ikaw na yung nag-duplicate, now naman nasa cycle ka na rin ng duplicating what you're doing to the next one in line. So duplicating is the next cycle in leadership. How to reproduce yourself, developing new leaders. Learn to identify people who have natural leadership ability. No? Yung mga, meron talagang minsan sila yung nag-stand out. No? Kahit na hindi pa sila leader, minsan makikita mo na parang sinusundan na sila ng group. So learn to identify them. It also takes skills, no, in identifying those people. These are the people who naturally have influence within the team or organization. Another way to spot these individuals is by the results they deliver. Siyempre, hindi naman pwedeng maging leader yung salita lang, no? Wala sa performance, wala sa result. And the rapport they carry with other team members. So, emotionally matured na ba din sila on how they communicate or relate with the team members. Learn to value those natural leaders. No? Yan yung mga dapat rini-retain and kinikip. It's your job to raise them up and let them shine. Good leaders value and invest in those that have leadership potential. Question, after all, how are you going to reproduce yourself and maximize your effectiveness if you're not valuing and investing in those that come after you. Diba? Sabi nga ni Sir Daniel ba yun kanina, sabi niya, yung joke niya, yung mga papalit sa'yo, no? Mini-mentor mo yung mga papalit sa'yo. But a true leader would not feel threatened. no, and eventually would be a team lead also or a manager in your company. Be generous with information. When you encourage leaders, you don't hold back information about the business, of course. Kasi how would they understand the business if you are holding information against them? Kahit na may data privacy, of course, kailangan you have to take into consideration that also. But you have to let go of informations needed, no? Kaya nga generous, hindi naman lahat. Yung lang kailangan ng leader na ini-encourage mo. So also yung mga customers and markets, no, para with that information, that leader would be encouraged to make good decisions. Let your people make decisions. So don't just talk about people or employee empowerment. Let them make decisions on their own. That's why I am glad to hear about the experience a while ago na yung boss ninyo would teach you the thought process, no, on how to decide. Hindi lang yung parang, ito gawin mo, step by step. It's more of how would you go about your thoughts to come up with a decision or a strategy. So that way, he is duplicating his mind, no, to you on how he would go about certain situations. Okay? And then, be passionate about your mission. So this is related to mission and culture. And then create clear roles. No? You have to spell out their jobs and your expectations. But sometimes we have to multitask, no? Dahil nga it's needed for the job, especially now na yung there's no much transaction. So sometimes we are multitasking. And even a while ago, you were telling me when you were starting, you are all multitaskers. But still, lumaki pa rin kayo, di ba, as a company, because you know that part of the culture and part of your role is to multitask. So siguro na spell out naman yan ng boss ninyo because he himself is also doing the same thing. So that encourage you, that example encourage you na parang, kaya ko rin pala to multitask. Okay. Still with encouraging, let me give you this quote. The most effective business today encourage every employee to take on leadership roles. Okay. Not only with this, take some burden off of your shoulders, but your employees will be happier, more engaged in your business, and more effective. So hindi na lang tayo dapat nag-hire ng mga yes man or mga yes woman, no? Yung mga lagi na lang yes po, yes ma'am, yes sir. Kailangan we encourage our employees, no, even yung mga entry level na okay, this is just your training ground for a while, but this company is encouraging everyone to be a leader, no? Even if you don't get promoted, even if you just stay on that same position, you have to learn to be a leader because leaders don't need followers, right? As we always say, and you have to know how to lead yourself. And eventually, if you master leading yourself, you can also lead others. So that is for encouraging. Sir Ralph? Are you still awake? This is the time that medyo kailangan ng coffee. Can you please give us an example perhaps or sharing that is related to encouragement?
Kung may ginawang tama yung employee, parang dapat lagi kang nagko-compliment or magko-comment mo siya para gayahin siya ng ibang employee. Saka para tumaas yung productivity nila. Tapos pag nag-fail sila, parang hindi mo siya dapat sila ginagawa. Dapat encourage mo sila, bibigyan mo sila ng advice. Yun lang.
Okay. Yung kay Sir Ralph is more of positive affirmation, no? Yung words of affirmation. And yun yung reward niya sa mga gumagawa ng tama. Okay, that's encouraging for Sir Ralph. Next one would be Ma'am Jen again. The next one would be motivating, all right?
Okay.
Science has found that positive emotions are at the root of human motivation. It's how employees feel that will drive the motivation deep within them. Okay? So yung feelings natin palagi ang nagiging guide natin sa actions natin because feelings becomes our actions, no? Kung ano yung nararamdaman mo, usually yun yung nagagawa mo. Start with scheduling more one-on-one time. We have given this already a while ago because it strengthens relationship with your people by spending more one-on-one time. Mas intimate, no? Mas intimate, mas memorable, no? And with that one-on-one time, let them hear your suggestions, ideas, problems perhaps. Pwede kang maging personal minsan kasi minsan pagka puro work lang ang pinag-uusapan, parang robot ka naman na walang damdamin, no? So minsan you also have to share your personal stuff so that he or she can also open up to you, no? Yung mga issues as well as talking about performance issues at work then, no? Not only personal. Make it structured for your advantage. Next is find out what motivates them. So ano yung mga passionate sila? Ano yung goals, aspirations, and interests, no? This is about emotional engagement. If you don't know what motivates them, hindi sila makaka-connect sa iyo emotionally. Kailangan alamin mo yon, no, with those conversations and encounters with your leaders. Provide the resources they need to do their work exceptionally well. So, what do you need right now to do your job better? No, yan yung mga questions. Usually, it's related to information. No, baka nawi-withhold sila ng mga information kaya hindi sila makatrabaho ng mabuti. Equipment, workspace, and then you act upon it to motivate them. Na feeling naman nila na iintindihan sila at naririnig sila. Praise and compliment them often, just like what Sir Ralph said. Use recognition and praise as a powerful motivator to get their commitment. No? Siguro make sure or be aware and conscious na you praise them once per week. No? Kasi minsan, di mo alam, lumipas na yung week, ang bilis-bilis, wala ka man lang na praise sa kanila. So make it a habit, at least once a week. Help co-create purposeful work. So when people find purpose in their work, it not only improves that person's happiness, it also boosts productivity. No, that's why sabi nga nila yung mga millennials ngayon hindi na sila naghahanap ng trabaho just for compensation. They want work that has purpose, no, that has mission. So let them meet the people they are serving. So they should know na yung ginagawa nila ay may pupuntahan. Sino ba yung mga clients natin na napapasaya natin, just like with the dating site, no? Meron bang mga proof of concept na nagpakasal na at masaya-masaya sila, no? Yung mga ganun. So that motivates the employees also. Help them develop new skills. Not only technical, no? But also, yun nga, yung mga leadership roles na, magaling nga siya technically, no? May skills siya. But you also have to hone their leadership skills, no? Example, I have classmates in MBA na ang nagpaaral sa kanila is their companies, no? So besides sa na-develop na yung skills nila, no, in business administration, naka-gain pa sila ng clients perhaps because dala-dala nila yung pangalan ng company nila nung pumasok sila ng MBA. And also, that motivated them to be good at their work or do more great job at their work. Actively involve them. Okay? Collective wisdom and involvement of the whole team help solve real issues in real time on the front lines. So, kailangan yun na nga participative, no, leadership. Believe in them. So give them the room to perform and support them with whatever they need to make them even better. That is motivating. Ma'am Jen? Do you have any experience on motivating others in your team?
Yes. Okay. So I would like to share what I do when it comes to motivation. Whenever I attend the meeting, I make sure that I am always ready. Okay. Whatever would be my personal problem, when I handle the meeting, I'm always alive, enthusiastic, and very motivated and encouraging. That's my purpose. And whenever I start the meeting, I always include a quote. Okay, tell a story behind it, and then give everyone time to share how they can relate to that quote, so they would feel involved and the meeting will not be boring. And then I made sure that everyone can share, or there is a portion in the meeting that we can commend all those who are performing in the team and ask them to share what they did in order for them to hit their goal. And then sometimes every now and then I'm sending them messages on Skype or sending them an email just to check on them how they are doing. Okay, sometimes it's weekly or monthly or every other week. Okay, that's what I do just to keep the connection between me and also the agent. And then if I see the agent's performance report that they are not doing anything, or they are not doing good on their numbers, um, I try to dig deeper. Maybe there's a problem with that agent, and most of the time they would appreciate it, because sometimes we focus on the results. We focus on, hey, this is what your goal is, this is what you need to do, and then sometimes we fail to check what they feel about it. Are they being motivated, are they being demotivated, and find out what is the reason behind. um, there are some agents who are not performing, and then they will message me and ask if they can talk to me. And because they said that sometimes if we talk to you, okay, after that we'll be getting sales. So those kind of like motivational, inspirational talk to these agents are very important for them, because they feel that they are very really important, which is very very true, because without them the company will not survive. It's not because the leaders are the only person who's um, handling the organization, but the real gem of this business and organization would be those agents who are talking to those clients. So we really have to put 101% value with these people. I also find time to research in like providing training about personal development, technicalities, work related, motivation, and most especially would be how is their family, because we treat each and every one of us in the company a family member. And I think that's all I can share, and give them the importance, because they deserve um, time to they deserve our time. What else? I think that's all.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Jen. It's very timely that you've been discussing the motivating cycle, no? Do you feel motivated now, those who are under Ma'am Jen, no? The inspiring sharing that she did.
They are quiet.
Behind the camera, medyo kinikilig, no? You are all the gem of the company. Huh? Thank you for that, Ma'am Jen. So moving on is inspiring. We're almost done. If you inspire people to optimal performance, you are a leader worth following. So sabi mo nga, Ma'am Jen, no? After mong kausapin, bigla tumataas yung sales. So maybe perhaps yung motivation mo nai-inspire sila. Okay. The inspirational leader feels passionate about the vision and mission of the organization. That's why perhaps Ma'am Jen is always explaining and communicating the big picture, especially on those one-on-one sessions with the leaders. The inspirational leader listens to the people in her organization. So ideas and vision of your people is very important also, not only the company's vision, no? Let them take part in formulating also the vision and mission statement kasi minsan hindi lang naman kung ano na yung sinet mo na vision and mission and goals, yan na yan eh. Sometimes it's changing. Most of the time, actually, right now with the galing yung answer, but you are just facilitating, no? You're standing side by side with somebody and giving them room to grow. Kaya nga, yung guidance counselor, hindi naman niya sabihin na, oh, ito yung gawin mo. It's more of listening and then facilitating the conversation, hindi naman leading, no, in a way, but it's more of facilitating the conversation to a point na magkakaroon ng decision because of him also, no, yung kausap nyo, hindi galing sa inyo. You don't give him answers, but you let him grow because of your coaching. And with that, he would feel like you are part of him, no? Kaya nga, ang leadership na binavalue ng mga Filipino are the leadership styles na parang tatay or nanay. No? Did you know that there is a dissertation made by my professor na yun nga, ang culture nating mga Filipinos, they would want leaders na parang nanay or tatay. Right? Time, they want conversations to be quicker or less frequent, not longer or more frequent. Thing is, effective in the moment coaching is the short and frequent open communication that empowers the employee. It only means na as things happen, doon mo siya i-coach. No? Hindi yung papatagalin mo pa tapos ang dami niya ng bad decisions or wrong decisions. You coach him right there and then, especially if it's related to operations, no? Or handling people na kailangan na agad na i-address. Okay? And for the role, this long paragraph only means don't be an intruder of his or her space. No? So your role is to coach, not to intrude her personal life or her professional life. It's more of guidance. No? You just facilitate the conversation. So with coaching mindset, your coaching mindset is the place where your intentions lie. Anong ibig sabihin nito? Okay? You should, as a leader, you have to have positive intention for the employee and the company. You're not coaching a person to fail. No? Hindi yung kinu-coach mo siya tapos may balak ka palang masama na mag-fail siya sa ginagawa niya para ikaw yung mag-replace doon sa position niya. Or maybe personally, you have personal interests. Sometimes there are leaders like they have monetary, they have like, for example, nakahiram siya ng pera. So pag-iinitan niya na pagka hindi na siya pahihiramin ng pera. May mga ganyan akong na-experience ng mga leaders. So ang gagawin niya, i-coach niya in a way or ilalagay niya sa situation yung teammate niya na para mag-fail, no? Para mawala siya sa company. So that is not a good coaching mindset. Dapat coaching would always be to make that person improve. Okay, in implementing the coaching plan, so yun, binigay ko na yung coaching plan guide sa chat box. Since transformational leadership is about change and is always connected to company's goal, so make sure when you coach, it is always connected to the vision, mission, and goals of the company. No? So it is designed to help you inform management and team leaders of the upcoming change and provide them with the tools to coach their staff through the process. So you can use that template, yung PDF. So again, the cycle of leadership is first knowing, understanding, strategizing, communicating, teaching, duplicating, equipping, encouraging, motivating, inspiring, and rewarding. And kaya siya naging cycle after rewarding, again, because gusto mo nga, no, like your boss or the founder of your company, gusto nyo na lumaki ng lumaki, no? Sabi nga ni Sir Daniel kanina, to establish, optimize, and then expand. So right now, you are establishing. So that's why yung cycle of leadership is one cycle muna for now siguro. And then eventually, when you are optimizing already, perhaps yung cycle na yan, nakailang roles na, no? Naging ilang cycles na. And then, of course, if you expanded, mas marami na kayong employees, that cycle will be 100-fold already. So that is the cycle of leadership. And for the coaching, you can continue exploring that. So that is the end of my presentation. But before that, let me give you these quotes, which we can relate. If your actions inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, you are a leader. Leadership is all about people. It is not about organizations. It is not about plans. It is not about strategies. It is all about people motivating people to get the job done. You have to be people-centered. So you have to know your people. Leaders become great not because of their power, but because of their ability to empower others. Sabi ni John Maxwell, one of the proponents of leadership. All right?